Good morning, traders. Welcome to Blue Sky Live's day trading stream. Today is September 26, 2025. Welcome again to our live day trading stream. Thank you for joining me. I am your host, Coach Rizzler, as well as the rest of the great trading staff here at Blue Sky Live. We've got some fantastic sales going on right now, so don't forget to check those out. We're going to jump right into Discord because I'm running a little bit late this morning. So meet up with Makram and see what the rest of the team are up to. If you guys have any questions, feel free to drop those in the chat. Don't forget about our great sales going on, $100 sales going on our 100K, 200K, and 300K accounts. So what are you waiting for? Check out our great specials and join us on our trading journey. And good luck in the market today, team. See you guys in the chat. Don't forget to drop those questions in the chat. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing?
Hey, good morning, Riz.
Morning.
How you doing?
Well, I'm feeling a little bit better. I haven't had a cup of coffee, just been a little bit light on it this morning, just drinking some water and stuff. Stomach's a little bit upset, but I'm all right. Thank you, though. Apologize about running late this morning.
No worries. Yeah, I also got a late start to the morning, so I was on here. I got in before the morning open, the regular trading hour open, but we hit max profit for the morning, so that was exciting. And then
Nice.
yeah, just for the day though, so I still have 2 more days left on this eval. If I were to hit max profit. But you know what? Next week, I don't think I'm going to rush it. I think I'm just going to try to take a few base hits and slowly pass. Uh, let's see if I can get this done by Wednesday and have a. Well, no, I'd have a blue live by the first, maybe. Start to build up a nice little balance.
That's the way to do it. I've got a Volumetrica account. I think I'll take a stab at that with you next week as well. I haven't cracked it open. I need to open it up again so that I can work on my charts again. For some odd reason, I lost my charts already twice on it, and I've been a little frustrated to go back and set the charts up again on it. So that's been the reason why I haven't gone back to using it.
I can see it. That's better. Anyway, what are you seeing? What are you seeing in the markets this morning? Consumer sentiment. It looked like it was going to take us up nice and high because it came pretty much not exactly in line. It was just barely a miss. 55.1 instead of 55.4. And now we are dumping, like straight dumping.
Yeah, this is pretty worrisome because with the market turning down, we didn't bounce much from the recovery that what I was I was looking at as a recovery yesterday. So, now to see us rejecting the 200 EMA, even on the higher time frames, like the 15-minute and stuff, the market could turn really ugly on us. Instead of us having a nice green Friday, we could have a pretty nasty red Friday. So it's a little early in the morning session still. We still got time. It's a little concerning that no value has been seen in the market. Although, if I look at the heat map, I don't see red. I see, or a lot of red. I see a lot of neutrality still. Even Nvidia, Apple, and PLTR, they're not really red too much, just down. I mean, not even down 1% yet. So Nvidia is pretty close to it. Although, I was looking at Nvidia on some of the higher time frames, and Nvidia has gone, but it hasn't really ripped the way you, you think it would with the rest of the market. So
What is Nvidia at now? I mean, I know that there was it seemed like there was a bit of an options wall up in the mid 180s, like 183, 184, 185. Has it
yeah,
broken that yet?
no, it has not. As a matter of fact, it's been rejecting that since Monday, and hasn't really made any newer highs. Been in this range since Wednesday, September 10th. So, you know, Nvidia's kind of like at this weird pinnacle that, with any kind of news with the chips in China, if it pivots here on the 200, it could pivot hard and start setting new highs. And if it starts setting new highs, will that carry the market as well to new all-time highs? Or are we going to reject here and start selling? So, I think it's going to be an interesting day. Coach Matt and I were talking about this yesterday at the end of the close of the day. Is that the markets at this point that if we bounce here, we can get a really really good bounce. Because of the higher time frames where we're bouncing off, which is also the 200. But if we sell here and start to break, we could get a nasty sell, and we'll be probably selling for a longer time than just a couple of days. So
Oh yeah,
um,
I mean, I'm eyeing this overnight low here because that lines up with the bottom of this range that we were stuck in yesterday. If we break through that, we will. I mean, it does look like we're going to be careening towards yesterday's low. Um, and then here's something that I was talking about earlier before you got on. I drew this little yellow line here. So if you look at the chart from 2018, I mean, this is a SPY chart, so it's not going to be the same as QQQ or NQ or Nasdaq. But I mean, it follows similar paths, and Nasdaq does have these bigger moves. We followed a similar trajectory where at the beginning of the year, if we go all the way, that's June, and we're missing some data, but like you started up here, had this big pullback. I mean, in 2018, I don't remember what it was for, but like this year was the tariffs, and then we recovered from that, had a big ol' rally, and then right around September, like at the beginning of Q4, we started to see some weakness into October. We actually had a red October, and then we sort of started to recover from there. And then November, December in 2018, we just dumped. And by dumped, I mean like there was a low earlier in the year, and we just went completely past that. So, are we going to see something like this? You know, this is a. See here it is. There are a lot of like tensions in the world right now. So, is this a possibility? Oh, it's not that much. I moved this. Oops. Anyway, oh, it looks like the daily candle flipped. 1, 2, 3. Well, 4 is unlikely, but anything can happen in the markets.
mhm.
Fourth red day. If we it does look like the sell is slowing down a little. People want to buy in this range. This has been an area of acceptance, I guess.
Yeah, on the 4 hour, we bounced off of 24 5, 24 600 what, 1, 2, 3, 4, the last 4 days. So you look at the 4 hour, we've bounced right off of that, and we're at the bottom of the 4 hour candle with like 3 hours 41 minutes for it to complete. So they would have to hold us here for the rest of for like the next 4 hours and keep selling us down. And we should bounce, just be a matter of when. We'll see though.
Well, we don't have to bounce, especially look at this rejection off the 21 right here. That's a
Mhm.
that doesn't look like a bounce to me. I mean,
Yeah.
like we are at we've been bouncing on this we're at this Fibonacci level. And I guess we are bouncing. Look at that. But again, when I look at a market coming down, uh, I do like to look at where do I buy it? How do I get into this? Like how can I buy this dip? But if I'm looking at this and I don't know how to invert charts on Tradeovate, but on Project X there's a little uh, keyboard shortcut you can do to flip your chart upside down.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and you can if I were to invert this starts to look like a little bit of a flat top, and it could be a flat top breakout to the downside. I could see that happening and that playing out because we're back at the bottom of this range, and then there's this smaller range within the range. I don't know if you're seeing this, but let's draw it out right here. And this is from 590 to like 615. Got a little consolidation area within the consolidation area. Um, and we've come down from a higher range to a lower range. I don't see why we wouldn't just drop base, drop, and go back and revisit some of these lows.
Yeah, definitely. We're testing the orb below, so let's see what we do here. See if we penetrate this and start going lower. Well, we've got targets for the month from yesterday. So, yesterday's low was what, 24, 422.50.
I mean, we're testing 85 right there. If we break that, we're going to be yelling timber yet again. Well, I guess there's all of these the wicks down here, so maybe not. I'm just waiting around to see if we do get this drop below the overnight low. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's close. We might as well go tag it,
Yeah, for sure.
At the very least, just go. Just touch it. Touch it. Hey, Ron, you say this bottom feels roundy? I don't consider it roundy until I start to see the second arm forming, like the second leg, the right side of the V. or the U, I guess, if it's round. Um, and I have blown many accounts trying to buy the left side of the U or the V. Always wait for the right side. Look for a higher low. I mean, you can do whatever you want. But that is how I view things.
Mhm.
Yeah, Bay Fisherman. That's exactly what I was thinking. Uh, I mean, I think you said 570 sweep. I was looking for a 569.25 tag, which I think is the same thing. Yeah, yesterday someone was trying to explain. I keep hearing the term fair value gap. Like people talk about those a lot, but then there's something called an inverse fair value gap, which like that was that went straight over my head.
Yeah, that's ICT's concept.
No. Hey, there's that 569. And are we gonna bounce or push? Let's see. Initial reaction is a little bounce, but give it a second. This is like that make or break area, you know? See, like on a very fast chart here, this 100 tick. Is that a higher low? No, it's not. We're going down. Whoa. It's just free fall.
Yeah.
Dude.
Bless you.
Thank you, thank you. I typically mute my mic before I sneeze.
Yeah, market is dumping. Gold is starting to rip to the upside, though. Gold is
Yeah, so
starting
where
to
do we buy it?
explode.
We're gonna get down to these 480s and give us a nice 300 point rip to the upside?
Maybe. I'm not.
Or is it gonna be the 440s?
We're 2 minutes
The
from the London
450s.
close.
What kind of crazy headline are we going to get right when we get to those areas? 520. Okay, there's a little bit of a there was resistance here, and now that's support. And it looks like it was a little supportive here as well, and it's giving us some points.
Yeah, you're short that, right?
Hmm?
You
Oh,
were
I
short
have
that.
just been observing. I hit max profit. I only took longs today.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah, I made 1800 going up from here. Well, actually, I took a couple losses. I was down 1,000, and I made 3,000 basically. Um, yeah, it was. I actually showed off my stats before you got on here. I was really proud of them. Um, 2-to-1 risk reward as usual. It's always 2-to-1. Like even when I don't try. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then my win rate for today was 50-50, which is
Oh wow.
much higher. I'm usually somewhere in the 30s,
Mm.
like high 30s, around 40. So seeing 50-50 was was great. I think I am better at buying this market than selling this market, because when I try to sell the market, the both of the numbers get worse. My win rate goes down from 40, and it my 2-to-1 turns into like 1.5-to-1.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that for me the same thing. That's another reason why I've been really. I usually stick with the long positions, or I'll look for strength in the markets because that's just what works for me better. I find it easier to find entries and stuff like that, on an uptrend.
All right, Riz, it's
Mhm.
10:30. I do have to go start prepping for my 11 a.m. meeting. It's great hanging with you this morning. I will pass the baton over to you.
Well, thank you very much for covering for me this morning. I sincerely appreciate it, and congrats on those awesome trades.
Thank you. Thank you. See you
You
Monday.
got it. You got it, my
Bye.
friend. Have a great day. Thank you again.
Yep. Take care.
Dang, how many times has that trade paid 666 to 555? Goaded. Yeah, no kidding. Yes, now at 66666. Forgive my sins. I shorted 666 with Steve. All right, congrats, guys. Glad that you guys have been killing it here with the shorts this morning. Let's see how long this sell continues. See if the sell continues to pay everybody dividends. See how long we hold on to this level if we're going to continue lower. Looks like the market still wants to pull back though. Doesn't look like the bulls have found interest yet. We're at that 4 hour support that I've got marked on my chart. That's 24 5 27 and a quarter now. Like the Bears still have control of the market. What other news we got going on today? Interwebs. Let's see. Gold definitely breaking out. Look at that. Shit. ByteDance to receive about 50% of TikTok's US profits under Trump deal. Bitcoin is still selling as well. I was hearing some tidbits about GameStop for you apes out there. Gotta check it out, you know? I'm the next ape. Who's ready for the weekend? You guys ready for the weekend? I know I am. Like that cell still holding. Where the Bears gonna step in and start trying to take this? The 4-hour support is holding for now. Or below on NQ is 24,598. Top side of that is 24,717. I was looking at 595 calls on QQQ. They're at like 50 cents right now. Market kind of holding here and starting to kind of curl. Market's starting to make that move. We're holding here. Market waking up now, testing that orb low now at 24,600. Hello. We're 8 minutes past the London Power Hour session starting. So let's see what happens here. Send this bad boy uncovered 555. Good luck, my friend. Okay, NQ got a candle to close above that orb below here on the 3 minute, above the 9 EMA as well. Can we hold this level and start making our push up? Now let's look at the heat map. You can kind of see that the heat map, that that green is starting to grow a little, but we are seeing some more red along the electronic technology sector here on Nasdaq. That's kind of interesting. Let's take a look at S&P. Yeah, see, S&P is showing a very different picture. We're seeing more green substantially across the board. Finance. We've got healthcare, technology. Yeah, the rest of the industry look like, mainly tech inside of NASDAQ is, what's kind of hurting us right now. I say just wait to see if any of those Mag 7 catch a bid, though. Amaro, you got it, my friend. Congrats on another trade day. Yeah. Wow, congratulations, RQ. That's fantastic right there, my friend. Goal rejecting. I ended up taking SLV. SLV 0 DTEs were fairly cheap, went out the money. So I took some $42 calls on gold. Or silver, I'm sorry. We'll see. So I got that. Got a couple of QQQ calls, so we'll see. I'm still holding my QQQ calls from yesterday. Goes NQ now. Testing the 200 here on the 3 minute. Man, it got there fairly quick, didn't it? It felt fairly fast that it peaked up there. It's Friday. See, we got a Freaky Friday. See what the Bulls can do. Are they gonna explode this to the upside? I was expecting some kind of explosive recovery yesterday or today. Oh man. Ah, Elliott wave possible on the 1 minute. Funny, Polymart right now has a bet going that you can wager on the government shutdown. So you could bet on the government shutdown for $100. If the government shuts down, you'll make a $400 off of that. Oh man, that's hilarious. Long bias much. Yeah, fantastic job too. Gotta see you guys killing it out there. Bears are trying. They're fighting the Bulls, trying to stuff this thing and stick it back into that orb low. Come on, Bulls. Gotta hold this. Oh, looks like it's gonna give this up. Are you seeing a reason I have a long bias though? Yeah, not looking too good. Bulls are losing interest in this, trying to continue this. Still kind of just consolidating here. You can see that on ES on the 15. So on ES, your orb high is going to be 6,696 and a quarter. Low side on that is going to be 6,661.75. Well, I'm sorry, 6,667.25. We're breaking back below again. Snap. They're not giving us any telltale signs here, are they? Oh, that's pretty nasty. Took us all the way back up there just to bring us right back down. But slow though, not as fast as you would imagine. You know, with us being in such a tight range, we might just get, when the move happens, it may just be very, very volatile. Yep. You can kind of see what Ace is talking about. That's a slow move. There's volume there. It's just, got both sides of the order blocking filled. That's a crazy chart on silver right there. It is a crazy chart on silver. All right, let's see here on the market. Yeah, see, we're just in a tight consolidation. Is anybody still short right now? Anybody still going to the short side? Who's long? Who's short? Let's see some hands in chat. Testing that orb low again. Hmm. Yeah, still just tight here. I'm gonna get myself a cup of water. You know what? I'm gonna get myself a cup of coffee. Maybe that'll help me kind of settle my stomach. So I'll be right back. Okay, team, I am back. The Bears are still holding this, still trying to push this lower, fighting the Bulls. The team who's gonna win this tug of war. All right. Oh. Bulls are fighting, trying to take this market back. Can they do it though? Can the Bulls do it? Let's see ES get above 6,673. We get above that, Bulls should have control of the market and be able to sustain carrying us up. We'll see though. Big meeting this morning. We are getting some good news. I just got done trucking, so I missed the morning. Oh, fantastic. Well, I hope that news works out for y'all. Hope you guys get that good news. No? Oh, I haven't heard any tidbits yet. I mean, there's chatter, but I'm not sure if we're dropping anything today. The team hasn't told me anything, and I keep great secrets. You know, I can keep a secret. No, no, yeah, I understand. I definitely know what the feeling is like. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it should be soon though. Should be soon. I hate to keep you guys in suspense. I know that you all are itching to hear what new stuff is coming in the works from us. So, yeah, Mike, Mr. Mike, being an innovator in the industry. So, well, it looks like the Bears gonna take this and continue dumping us down. It's not looking good. Well, what are we doing here? Like 15 minutes left of the London Power Hour. Will the Brits buy into their close the last 15? Will they continue to sell? Testing to see our patience levels. Yep, that's right, Tiffany. It's definitely testing our patience levels. We're back over the 90 MA, which is good. There's just, bulls are struggling with the market. Not a lot of orders on the chain, to be honest. Oh man, we haven't moved much today for it being a Friday into the morning session. Retesting that 15-minute orb low on NQ. TS doing. Same for Germany is saying that they saw drones overnight, so they're investigating sabotage and stuff like that within their interior. So we're starting to move. All right, there goes NQ. Got above that orb low. Let's go. Pulling to 26 now. Citigroup, we expect global growth to slow below 2% in the second half of 2025. We expect global growth to rebound to 2.5% in 2026. NQ rejecting that orb low. Bears still showing. But can they take it though? I mean, they got some work to do. I mean, if they take it, they got to take it back down to 24,527. Otherwise, we're still in this range. Look at it, still selling. Citigroup is saying expect tariffs to increasingly bite. Probably pointing out that the tariffs still haven't really trickled into everything yet. You know, markets have, consumers have not really felt the full burden of the tariffs across their purchases. I think it's true. I think that's true. Goes yes, crossing across that line, that notification I had. 6,673. So we can sustain this level. We should see some bullish action. That means the bulls should take this. About the time that we should get that pivot. Let's see if we start to work our way up. That's right. It's Fridays. Come on, Bulls. Give us that push. Gotta take that market. I mean, on a good night, on a good note, we've got a high side target. We've got that orb high at 24,717. So let's see if we can get there. I think the bull I think the Bulls can. Woo, man. Something about this range that made it easy to trade. That means you're seeing it, my friend. No, take some notes of what you saw. The levels, the structure of the chart, what confluences led you, what ideas and what you saw that gave you the idea to take the trade you did. Make a note on that page for the so you know the date. So if you see the structure, something somewhere, you can always come back and be like, oh yeah, this is where this was, and this is why I did this. 800s, come on. Full port 555. Liquidate retail that keeps chasing. I'm a little late on MQ to join that long. Let's see though. A huge bearish order block we got to eat through here though. Goes all the way up to 6,000, 24,692 and a quarter. It's the top side of that. Hearing some news on Ford, and Ford is ripping to the upside today. Look at that. Whew. Man, look at that. That is crazy. Struggling on the 3 minute with the 200 for now. Idea liquidate retail that keeps chasing days like this, holding 20 points is fine based off the 15-minute candle range. Yeah. Are we overnight next week? And Q still holding to get back over that 200. Struggling now. Yeah, it's crazy. Come on, Bulls, do this. Do the thing. Just get it up there. I mean, you're almost there. ES did it. Tech is definitely struggling today. Now we saw that in the chart. It's just been just ugly. That's what's holding this market down. It's Nasdaq's, tech sector. But we can see that electronic tech has started to gain some more green within it. So that is definitely a good thing. Maybe we could see Apple or Nvidia pick the pace up and participate some. Silver just slowly grinding, just grinding my patience away. You know what? I should check those calls. Oh, I'm 100% on those calls. I did not even realize that. Did not even realize that. Jesus Christ. Mm, dang. Looks like I'm going to get stopped out. Oh, man. Out of that trade again. Dang it. It is what it is. It is what it is. And there you go, team. If you guys are looking for Coach Matt's lab, just drop that in our Discord channel. I will drop that in our YouTube channel as well for those of you that would like to catch Coach Matt's class. Please give it a view and a like, and if you guys could give him a comment on that. He works really hard on that, and we really do appreciate his classes. I definitely go back and watch those because Coach Matt just he's got a great class. I love the way he talks about the market. He's so descriptive and clear about his informative classes. So don't forget though, that's every Thursday live after the New York day trading session. You can catch our Coach Matt in his day trading class. You silly ace. All right. All right. Hey, you know what? Coach Matt's got room on both his laps for teacher's bed. Yeah, I want to be over there with Steve. Steve's the one over there posting the big gains daily, man. You know what? You can have Coach Matt. I will take. Yeah, I'll take Steve. Christmas early. Maybe. We're gonna say don't threaten them with a good time. Are we overnight next week? Do you guys want to? Yeah, I'm down for some overnight sessions next week. Just let me know. I will sit in and we can definitely do some pajama trading. I'm down for that. I think Coach Matt was talking about it. Just ping me. I'm normally around and I don't mind popping into BC. The market is boring. Sunday's open. Let me know. I'm usually around. I can hang with you guys for it. Yeah, I definitely don't mind hanging with you guys in the after hour session. Right on. Yeah, the Bears won't let it go. They want this market down. Yeah, for sure. I've got some friends that trade, or I've got some friends that are like in Australia and stuff, so they're on the opposite side of the schedule. I don't hang with them as much anymore because I don't do a lot of like trading at that hour anymore. I don't push for that 4 or 5 a.m. anymore. It's too late for me. Too old for that. $24,587 in line in the send feels like. I'm in the US, but I'm an overnight trader. I'm always up for London. Yeah, I can push through to like 3:34 in the morning, but that's about as late as I can kind of push. Any later than that, I won't make it to the morning session. It's a bit too much for me. I gotta at least have like 3 to 4 hours of sleep. Otherwise, you know, I'll struggle in the day myself. All right, let's see. The market is trying to grind higher. The Bears are stubborn, stubborn Bears. I want to force this down. Look at the rest of the market. The rest of the market is green. These bears just want to push it down. Really, just not a lot of positive news on the chips and stuff. That's really it. It's nothing personal. We can't make it personal because it's not. Just do it, silver. Just go. There's that crazy push up. Take us to $50. Coach Matt wants $50. Do it. I want to see $50 today. $50 would make me crazy happy. We got that on silver. Oh man, you know what? I'm on my first cup of rocket fuel, but I got plenty of hopium for the morning session. So anybody got any plans for the weekend? Anything fun? I'm off tonight. I actually don't have any evening streams tonight. So I'm off for Friday. Super excited. Usually get like the weekends off like that, especially a Friday. It's like, yes. I shouldn't say anything because I probably will get a call and be like, hey, you want to work? I'm a terrible workaholic. You know what? RQ, that's exactly what I was thinking of doing. Yeah, my kid's godparents or godfather's gonna come over today this afternoon, and we're supposed to go over some insurance paperwork. And I was like, hey, why don't you invite your wife over and we'll do like a little dinner with the family. His wife just got back from Japan. She was out there with her sister for her birthday. So it's like, you know what? I haven't seen her in a minute. We'll do a little dinner. I haven't had seafood boil in months. I haven't had a seafood boil in months either. Although my stomach is not too great today, so I don't know if I should even attempt some spicy food. Although maybe that's what I need just to burn it through. Yeah, I had some Kentucky Fried Chicken last night. And, after I ate it, my stomach just wasn't right. It hasn't felt right all night. It's just like, oh man. But then again, I don't eat a lot of greasy food like that. I never eat like really anything that greasy. So maybe the grease is just too heavy for my stomach. I don't know. It's the it's the butter. Oh, I already do have a little acid reflux. I got my gallbladder taken out a few years ago, and talk about a change of life. That. Oh my goodness, not fun, not fun. That changed my life for a minute. I was just like, what? Wow. I lost a lot of weight though for a minute. Interesting, taking out the gallbladder does, your body changes after that. I've gotten used to it though, but man, oh my God, acid reflex. Yeah, I'm kind of careful about what I eat too, but like I said, I don't eat a lot of greasy food like that, and we eat a lot of home cooked meals. We eat a lot of home cooked meals, so yeah, it might be time for some Tums. Come on, Bulls, let's do this thing. People are waiting. Right, we're about 19 minutes past the London close. The Brits are gone. Have a great weekend to our friends across the pond. We will see you all Sunday. Smell you later. What's good? We got those pessimistic Brits, you know? That's what my friend calls them. It's what he usually says. Okay. I don't know. I think I could handle the chalkiness of it. Not so much for that grind higher. So much volume being built here. I know, man. They do love shorting America. Well, let's see who's gonna win this battle. The Bulls are still here because they have not let go of this market. They have not rolled over and just let the Bears run it down. You know, you can see that here. Bears just do not want to give up. They are being stubborn. Back at that orb low again. Let's take a look at that 4 hour candle. We got 2 hours left on this 4 hour candle. 8 minutes away from New York launch. This candle will be wrapping up around 1 p.m. So 2 hours from now. Let's see. 1 hour is pushing. 1 hour is looking good though. A lot of volume now. See how deep this push is, or they're gonna buy it back up. 15 minute looks to the downside. We take Alco Seltzer for it. Works almost instantly after a good burp. I don't think I have any of that. I think it's time I start looking at some of that stuff, probably. Gold wants more. I hope so. Silver's pushing. Look at that. My calls are almost in the money. Yay. Those are cheap. Another $2 trade on that. Or 2 cent trade. Give my 2 cents on that. Yeah, I'm up 200% on that trade right now on the silver play. I'm not selling these silver calls until I get 1,000%. Well, I didn't even know that there was that. I didn't even know that that was in there. Still holding. What a flat day. Wow, they're taking this back, huh? Bull party over. It looks like it. It looks like it is. Sure as heck does. I'm glad I didn't take a re attempt on the long. We just haven't done anything, you know? We're just stuck. You think the close will be the time we're just gonna consolidate all day until like closer to power hour? Maybe coming out of New York lunch. Lunchtime talks are horrible. There's not much of a move. You got a 20, you know what, 75-point move down roughly. That was about it. That's a pretty substantial move. 17, little over 100-point move. 100 and 175-point move. Sell from that top ish from here to here. If you were able to take a short off that rejection off the orb. Yeah, it's a crummy thing is that if they give it up. Ooh, look at that rejection on 4. Oh. Oh, we called the top on that one. All right, let's go take a look at Tesla. See what Tesla's doing. Bouncing off the 200s. And that's looking gross for Nvidia. I do know some people that are accumulating Nvidia right now, though. I know some folks that are accumulating it, anticipating a big move to the upside. Oh, that's funny. Bought before Ally. I'm still long Tesla. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure it's rough holding it. I know it's rough holding it. I've been in that party. I've sat at that table before. That's why I don't sit. So I don't trade Tesla. I don't trade anything. I don't like to trade anything that someone has. Someone can just get up on their platform and then just manipulate the stock. You know, because you can't trade technicals off of that. You know. And then anything I'm holding, my long, a hold like that, I want I want it to be doing well. I don't want it to be doing crummy because if I need that money for another trade or something else, I don't want to have to sell it and take a loss. That's the other thing about it. I don't be stuck in something I buy and then, because somebody's there blabbing, ruins my entry and then I'm on the losing end of a trade because of their whatever, whatever you want to call it. Oh man. All right, Ace. Have a great day. We will see you later, my friend. Silver vertical. That's right, my friend. That's right, my friend. 16 cents out the money now, team, on those calls. Let me see how much I'm up. I'm still up 200%. Let's go. I don't know when this thing's going to go parabolic. NVIDIA trying to hold. Shouldn't have looked at silver. Freaked it out. Totally freaked it out. All right, Affluent. Have a great day. Congrats on that 20K and go kick the property tax office's butt. You get those taxes cut down. Do it, my friend. That's a great push there on AQ. You're testing the 200. You're on the 15. Looking good for upside. Looking mighty good. Silver pushing the 41.90. Let's go. I'm 10 cents out the money, team. Let's go. And my QQQ calls, well, they got a long way to go. It's a long road. But, you know, like George Michael says, you got to have faith. But we're not paper handing these trades today, ladies and gentlemen. We're going for the gusto. We're making big bucks today. I'm gonna get myself another cup of coffee. Yeah. All right, team, I am back. All right, how are we doing so far? 8 minutes from the end of New York launch. Haven't made much movement here on the market. Still fairly flat. Still struggling in this lower range. No bueno if you want to see that upside, that's for sure. And she's still trying to make that move to the upside. I like it. Oh, what a slow grind. Silver's still holding this upper high. A little bit of a rejection there at the top at $42. And Q now above the 200. Let's go. It has been a slow grind to get to that 15-minute orb high. A long road, like I said earlier in the session. It's turned off. All right, team. Sorry about that. Wife got out of her meeting, checking on me on my second cup of rocket fuel. The tanker is feeling a little bit better over here. Yeah. I'll tell you what, we ain't having no intergalactic cater tonight. Oh man. I think it's gonna be a soup kind of evening for me. But I'm feeling better though. I am feeling better. Thank goodness for that. But let's get back into it. We're at the top of the hour, coming out of New York lunch. How's everybody feeling? Everybody doing all right? Who's still short? Who's long? I'm still holding on to my longs. My silver long is up 300%. Is it saving me? Not just yet. I'm still waiting for my cue. I still got that hopium going. All right, let me get my head. You know what? Talking to my wife, I forgot to put my headphones on because they turned off on me. Fed Bowman is making a speech. The approach to monetary policy decision making. I see popular growth. I see population growth and an aging population as more prominent factors in pulling down neutral rate. Reforming enhanced supplementary leverage ratios would address permanent some of the problems permanent facilities like standing repos were designed to mitigate. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. She's making some statements here. Definitely not helping the market or giving it confidence. Market's struggling here. It's not getting that move. All right, and keep finally catching that bid. Is it gonna make its next leg up? It's slow grind, guys. Slow grind the last, hour to the upside. At least we're not shopping. That is right, sir. We are breaking out for the end of New York lunch. Hopefully making a little bit of a upside recovery. Looking fairly good now for that upside. Let's see what happens when we approach NQ's orb high. Orb high for the session is 24,717.50. So right now we're about, let's say about 10 points away from it or so. 11. 15-minute candle's got about 2.5 minutes left on it. See if we can hold it. Maybe we can get this 15-minute candle to close above that. If it would, that would be amazing. I would definitely love a 15-minute candle to close above the 15-minute orb. That would give me a lot of confidence for an upside move here in the latter half of the session. Who knows? Maybe we will get that explosive Friday. We have had Fridays that the market just rebounds and rips at the end of the day. So, you know, could that be one of those days that Friday ends up a very bullish end of day? I don't know. But I'm ready for it. I'm locked and loaded. Silver making that next push up, looking fairly strong here on the 18. Let's look at the 15 minute. We've got about a minute 40 left on this 15-minute candle. Let's go silver. QQQ sitting at 595.53. Yeah, major resistance at 596.32 right now for the morning session. So let's see if we can get through that. Intraday high on QQQ is 596. What is that? 596.20. How's ES doing? ES is already at the orb and rejected off of it. It's got about a minute left on its 5-minute candle. It looks like it might just push through this 15-minute orb. Nice little bull flag created there on ES here. You can see that on that 5 that we just expanded and pushed quite nicely through. Come on, NQ. Push through it. What's the heat map? Oh, look at that. It's a very different heat map than what we saw this morning, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. It is a very different heat map. You can see that a lot of green has taken a hold across the spectrum of indices on the S&P. Let's take a look at NASDAQ. I have a feeling it will be the same. And what do you know? It sure as heck is. We can see that NVIDIA and Apple, the electronic tech as a whole in this section here has recovered. Technology services, retail trade, and consumer durables within the tech sector had already recovered quite nicely, at least about 30 minutes ago. And we are waiting for Fed repo data to drop here shortly. Come on, let's go. Let's get up and go, go, go. Not liking that rejection there. That's enough to give the Bears a chance to stuff this thing. Same for ES. Looks like ES and NQ are both struggling at the orb high. So it does look like they are both moving in tandem, so I like that. No divergences, at least for the time being. What's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA is testing the 200. We had mentioned that earlier, I've got some friends that are taking positions in NVIDIA, starting to build long positions. A lot of room to the upside. You can see that, you could see NVIDIA push back to, what was that, 184.48, 184.55. So beautiful upside target. Can't say that's happening today, though. Cannot say that's happening today. And there goes silver. Let's go. Come on, baby. Push. Make that next leg up. Take us up to 42.40. I want to see it. I'm up 680% on that silver trade. If ES can get 6,714, that's about the line in the sand that the bulls will take full control of the market. We get to that end, you probably will start to see some explosive moves to the upside. The market will start to rip exponentially up. Let's see if we can do it. Let's see if she's got it in the tank. Right now, rejecting that orb high on ES. Same goes for NQ. Come on, my bullish brethren. Let's do this. Okay. That's expensive. Oh, check this out. This looks funny. Yeah, that was great.
Short America.
It just says it too fast at the beginning. RQ's all sell, sell, sell. Hey, Jim Cramer. Did Jim Cramer say that short the market? Oh my God. Don't tell me he's buying. If he said he's buying, we're hosed. I'm toast then. Oh man, don't tell me that because you already know the Jim Cramer factor. If he says something, the market will go against him. It is the most hilarious thing. People just love to make him wrong, so they all tilt against him. It's comical. Okay, so far he's talked about Boeing not being done yet, so Boeing is done. Apple Tokyo line has 3 blocks long. Line was blocks long after store open. Okay, so Apple is dead for the day. You can pretty much go against this trade. But you know what? There's a lot of people like that. Truth be told, even like I've noticed that there's a bunch of furors, like guys that like to call out trades. And man, if you short their trades, you can almost always make money. It is hilarious. I know some guys are just like that. You can almost just look for whatever they call and short or take the opposite of whatever they're saying because it's almost going to be perfect. You know what, Ace? They put in something. I don't know if it's work. but it's something, that's for sure. And look at silver going for it. I haven't even looked at my silver calls. I'm up 700%, 800% actually. I'm up 800% on my silver calls. Let's go. Man, another day that I'm able to nab something at 2 cents a contract. I'm almost at 1,000%. I'm almost. I'm waiting for it. 10,000%? Woo! Bro, we get 10,000%. Man, I might have to go buy myself a silver chain. Might be 2 chains here in chat. Today, bro. Time is of the essence, my friend. There's only one way you're gonna get a 10,000x, and you gotta go for the gusto. You know me, I love me some zero DTEs. My favorite thing to trade. I just need NQ to rip. I just need NQ to make that next leg up. I need the bulls to show up. I need the bulls to put on their big boy pants and take this market. That's all I need. I need like 4.5 points on QQQ, and my toes are tapping. It's not that. And believe it or not, I'm not using a whole lot of money to do that. So it's not even a lot of risk. So like what I'm looking at and what I'm thinking, I already know that I can find a silver or gold trade at least 1 or 2 days out of the week. And I gotta figure out the same method on the SPY or really QQQ is really what I really need to kind of fine tune that. And you know what? I think I'm gonna start really focusing on the dailies a little bit more. You know, I'm gonna have to pick Mike's brain a little bit and see if maybe he can give me a little bit of his knowledge, maybe add a wrinkle to my smooth eight brain that I can kind of figure out what he's got. You know, that he looks at on the daily, that he finds those pivots. Maybe I could sweet talk him. I don't know. I sent him a coffee cup. But you know, if I get that knowledge, I'm gonna be spilling the beans here in Discord. I don't know if he's gonna go for that. He might make me sign an NDA on that. But you know, it's just so easy with those zero DTEs, low risk, not a lot of money. I mean, think about it like this. Think about it like this, Ace. You pick up 10 of those contracts at $2 a piece. What's it going to cost you? It's going to cost you $20. It's $20 USD, right? What do you do with 20 bucks? You know, maybe you smoke. Hey, that's a pack of cigarettes right there. Maybe you like to drink. That's almost a 6-pack of beer. No, that's like 12. What are you paying for a 6-pack of beer? I'm not a big drinker, so I don't really know beer prices. But you know what I'm saying? You buy a 12-pack of soda, you know, that's a fraction of that right there, right? That 0DTE goes in the money. You get that 1,000%. And what happens at 20 bucks? That's $200. That's $200. You get a little bit better than 1,000%, you know. Hey, now you're talking. You know, you could be talking some real money. You know, you do that a couple of days a week with 20 bucks, you could be sitting on like 600 bucks. You know, you do that a second week, you start scaling in, you make that $40, buying 20 contracts on that. Now what are you making? You're making $400 off that trade. Now you can kind of see what I'm looking for. You know, I'm trying to look for those specific trades because I know they're there. I just have to find the combination of tickers I got to do it with. And I know I can do it with QQQ. It's just that I have a little bit more difficulty at, you know, finding those days. But we don't get those days that often. Same for gold and silver. We don't get those expansion moves daily. That's right. We got to pick what's hot. You know, that was one reason why I went with the SPXS, you know, the 3X ETFs. You know, those give you a little bit more leverage. Just a pure volume, you know. If the trend is that strong, the risk to reward is what I'm looking at more so, Gabber. That's really what I'm looking at. I'm looking at exactly what I just told you right now. Is for me to risk $20 to have 1,000% trade, which I have on my hands right now. I'm up 1,000% on this trade right now. So for me, in my risk, risking $20 fits well within my mental. You know, I can risk $20 a day. You know what I'm saying? It's the risk to reward is very great because think of it like this. Okay, if I look at a QQQ call right now, right? Like if right now I want to look at a call that's won out the money on QQQ, it's going to cost me 49 to 40, let me see, 49 to 47 cents a contract right now, right? Hold on, let me take a screenshot real quick. Get it? Yes, I got it. Right? So it's going to cost me it's going to cost me like 40x more to take the trade with QQQ versus the silver trade. So for me so I'm looking at value, like where can I maximize my dollar to where I can have the best risk to reward. It was purely a low risk to reward, and with the overall strength of the trend, the market is not showing any strength, so there has to be money moving in some other asset. Some other asset class is moving. You know, think about it. You know, let's see. Let's see how many stocks are in the U.S. stock market. Let's see. Is it giving me it? Okay, so there's 2,223 listings of stocks in the U.S. market, in the New York Stock Exchange, right? So out of them, something has to be moving, right? Something in the market has to be moving with strength. So that's what it's based off of. And for me, I'm looking at the main indexes. And we know already gold and silver move into intraday very well, and the trend has been really strong. So, it's kind of like those. That's what I'm using as a confluence. It's not just me just gambling, but I'm looking at the overall strength. I'm looking at it moving as opposed to the other asset classes moving. Yes, I could look for Nvidia, Apple, Microsoft, or other companies like that. The only problem is that I'm still in the same issue that I'm going to pay a high premium for it. Yes, I like to look for one out the money, but like I said, I'm looking for something that offers a very low risk with a high reward. Like I said, $20, I can afford a $20 gamble. That's something that's palatable to me, you know, because I already know that the rest of the week I'm buying more expensive QQQ calls, because you guys hear me, I'm trading NASDAQ, but I'm also trading QQQ off of NASDAQ because they're the same. So when I'm looking at QQQ, I'm also struggling. What I'm struggling with is that if we look at the market, just like you guys are, the same thing. But if we are only making like right now, we've only made a 4-point move. Yes, I could have made a lot of money, but the real problem with it is I have to be stacked high with it. Like right now. So if I want to take like a 591 put on QQQ, right? It's going to cost me 8 cents for that. For it to push down, but we're still chopping around. There's no real trend there. So the risk is high. Will we pull back down into that lower side of the range? The market is kind of ranging, but it looks like it is pushing to the high side. And I don't have any real confluence to give me for that. The only other option I have would be the $600 call, because it is that's where I start getting into the $1, the $2 range up here, or the 599 call, on QQQ, which, there's a possibility for us to get there, but there's still a lot of uncertainty because there's no real intraday trend. From the open for the morning session, there's no intraday trend. All it is basically a range, and you can see it here in this box. So, that's what I've been analyzing and, studying the past few weeks, now sitting with you guys and having a little bit more time to kind of sit here and talk about the market. I've been really focusing on the insight, how that range reacts. Because remember, you've heard me say it before, the NASDAQ only moves 0.5% in a given day. That's the only move that you get, is a 0.5% move. Which, yes, that is a move, but the problem with it is that if you don't catch it right, you're not going to capitalize on it. If you don't take the entry correctly and you're on the wrong side of the trade, you got to look for the next entry, and the chances are you're not going to capitalize on that 0.5% move. You're going to end up with 0.1, 0.01, 0.05% of the move. And that's where you translate into where you guys are struggling with the profits you guys take. And then you start taking more trades because you're looking for that next move, which is not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. The move has already happened in the morning session. We get into the latter half of the day, and what do we end up doing? We end up chopping around, and you get cut up trying to wait for that next move, which doesn't end up happening. But that's just the natural organic movement of the market. It's supposed to be deceiving. It's supposed to trick investors into jumping in and being predictive instead of reactive in the market. That is by design, is to entice you to want to buy, put your money in, and then unfortunately psychology kicks in and you stop out and you lose money. So, that's kind of what I'm looking at, that time and day. That's why, also you hear me take those trades early in the morning That's why it's really crucial for me that I catch that trade super early in the morning. Now, the other thing I also realize is that in the last week and a half, 2 weeks, that I've been really studying gold much more detailed in the intraday, is that when Coach Matt brought it up, I realized those ranges and those moves, but I also noticed in the options chain that value I was looking at. So hope that explains it for you and wasn't too long-winded. If you want more explanation, let me know. Glad to explain it. Gold is moving. Let's go check out gold. Nvidia making a little flag there on the 15-minute. Let's see. Oh, look at that. Gold is actually up 1.1% for the day. Look at that. Testing intraday highs. Ooh, that's great. I love it. Let's go, RQ. Anytime, my friend. Anytime. You know, it's a perfect thing to do. You know, if you guys are over trading the market, if you're over trading the market, then put yourself to use. You know, look at other indices. You know, look at gold, look at silver, you know, look at crude oil, look at the chart, set some alerts, do some paper trading on that side to where you can start to find a rhythm to that market to where you can find other opportunities, you know, because that was the main reason why I started looking at gold a long time ago, is that I was getting too chopped up in the intraday that I was like, you know, just like you guys as future traders, myself, I was struggling with, man, NQ is chopping all day long. Look at the morning session. You guys know I'm normally bullish. I would have already gotten beat up in the morning session and I would have given up. But nowadays, I would be looking for strength elsewhere. And that's what gold has given me. You know, gold gives me that opportunity to jump on that gold trade, try to make some money there. So, you know, definitely don't put the blinders, and focusing on one ticker is great at the beginning. But once you have a solid understanding of kind of what you're doing, and really you just need more practice, it's definitely good to look at something with more liquidity. You know, when the market is flat, look at something that's more liquid. Paper trade it, start to learn it, see how you can adapt it to your trading style. Because at the end of the day, all you're doing is applying your current strategy to another indice. The charts are all the same. You know, I use my same chart on Bitcoin, you know, silver, gold. I mean, you see me just flipping through, you know, Nvidia, Tesla, gold, you know, everything, you know. So you guys should be doing the same as well, and you should be able to apply the same principle. This is how I'm not over trading. That's fantastic. That's good. 16 trades, 32 overall contracts. That's not bad. I like it. Congrats. You know, definitely work on your drawdown, you know. You might want to just be careful with that because, you know, that's significant, you know. I would definitely work on your risk management on what it looks like there. You know, and this is a very limited glimpse of it. It's just, man, 1.2K, that's a big hole to dig yourself out of, you know. I feel you. Nonetheless, good. Keep grinding, my friend. Keep grinding. Yeah, that's crazy, that stick on silver. The stats do matter. You know, and that's probably where a lot of traders get, you know, a lot of us get hung up on what we need, bills, what we want, stuff like that. And that's not what trading is about. You know, you guys have heard me, you know. It ain't about recognition or, any of that stuff. It's about making money. If you're making money, that's all that matters. It don't matter what anybody thinks. You can trade counter to people. I mean, I take counter trades to people all the time and make money off of it. But at the end of the day, all that matters is that I'm getting paid. Yeah, and when you're working to improve, the ratio is really what you should be focusing on. How you can bring balance to that. If you can manage the risk and bring balance to your trading and manage that risk to loss ratio, you'll start realizing compound gains. And compound gains are exponential in this industry. Remember, this is one of the few businesses, because y'all are business owners. As traders for yourself, you are your own business owner. But as an investor, those base hits can add up substantial, because unlike any other industry, while you're trading, there is little to no overhead in your purchases. You're paying the trade fees, but every time you bank that money, what are you doing? You're just compounding that gain. You get that 75, that's 150, another 75, you're at 2.25, another 75, you're at $300, another 75, you're at 375. You know what I'm saying? You realize how fast that could just stack and stack and stack. And if you're having a good trade day, you can kind of grind it out, hit your profit target, and be done with it. If you're using a Top Step X, Project X. If you're using Project X, using Project X, don't forget within that platform, you can actually adjust your max loss. So you can actually put a max loss within there. And hey, you know what? If you're only willing to lose, $200, you can set it at that on the Project X platform and lock your account out and save yourself the trauma. So, that's a nice thing that you could do there. So don't forget, the platforms do offer ways that you can limit your loss or protect yourself as a trader, or limit yourself, or hit your profit target and it just locks you out. A lot of good traders do that. I got friends that their max loss for the day is like 250. I run a non-profit business over here, Riz. I think a lot of us do, Nacho. A ton of us run non-profit businesses over here. That's for sure. But yeah, definitely check out, your platforms and what kind of limits you can set on yourself. But, if you're struggling in, rules, risk management, try not to get tilted in the day. I think the rule one is try not to get tilted in the market, because you get impatient. You're sitting here for 6-7 hours out of the day, every day, dang, I feel you on that. Sometimes I'm like that, man. I'm like, do I got to get out and push? Like, how much more I got to buy to make this thing move? But it ain't about me. It really isn't. I wish it was. Nah, I don't wish it was. I wish it was about me. Oh, look at that. And he's still struggling. Can't get over this orb high. Man, I tell you, just cooking zero DTEs. Like I mentioned earlier, that this is the problem I normally face in an intraday, of buying NASDAQ or trying to trade QQQs in an intraday, you guys probably hear it from me as the day goes on, because I'm sitting here and I would like to take some other trades. I want to take another one, but the market sometimes just doesn't offer the trade for an options trader. Whereas the futures traders, we've got that advantage that we can dip in and out constantly, unless you can be above PDT rules. But even then, you're exposing yourself to a lot of risk every time you're going in with a zero DTE and things like that. So, you just got to bear that in mind. If you're going to be trying to scalp intraday on the options chain, sometimes it's even helpful to have a few days out. That's why, like a couple of days ago, I was buying puts on the market, couple of days ago, I was buying calls on the market. I'm trying to get ahead and buy at a value, at a discount. And look at that. We're about 6 minutes from the top of the hour. I'll tell you what, that second cup of coffee actually helped. My stomach's feeling a lot better. I don't think we're doing the fish boil though. The compadres got plans, so who knows? Maybe I'll take the wifey out. She's down. And that is an ugly rejection. That is terrible. What? Really struggling here. I'm surprised the market just hasn't bid it up yet. Still in that range, like I said, you got to break out of this if you want to do anything. It's another day of riding within the orb. It's actually been a couple of days since we've done something like this, that we've actually just, ranged within the orb. So not quite what I want to see though. But look at silver. Ripping. Take me to $43. Take us to 50. Let's just do it. Coach Matt wanted 50. He said he would be in it. Let's do it. Let's get Coach Matt in the chat. I wonder at what point, if silver were to expand, Coach Matt would join us. Coach Metals, yeah. Do we need 44 for Coach Matt to join us? What does silver got to do to get our great coach to put that pen down and jump in the chat with us? I got an answer for for the blue detective. I got one for him. See? He asked for dancing. If I were dancing with the devil in the pale moon night, and there you go. Every night I'm dancing with him. Or like Ozzy said, running with the devil, right? Oh, that was David. Running with the David. Oh, what was it? David Lee Roth? It is David Lee Roth, isn't it? It's Van Halen, isn't it? Oh man, I'm such an idiot. Man, I tell you. Man, you know what? It's been a rough day for me. Oh man. I'm just gonna lay low the rest of the day. I don't want to get written up. I just don't want to get written up. Hopefully, Big Papa in the chat listening, because I don't want him there with a pen and paper with a write-up slip. Oh, man. Thank you for bringing that up. I don't know why is it that. Why am I getting a calendar event for me to check the 4-hour candle from yesterday? You're a day late on that, Google. Man, I tell you, oh my God. Well, it's not the first time I've done that. Oh my God, so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Oh man, I tell you. I will say though, sometimes it is a long day though. I run out of stuff to talk about, so I do my best to kind of keep it lively, but on topic, obviously. The other Discord I used to be in, or I'm in, they have a music bot that's cranked up like to the very top. It's always like blasting like music, random music at that. And the trick is that when we would be in VC, the rest of us all would have the bot muted for us, but anybody that would pop in would come in and man, they would see all of us in VC, and then they would get in, and all they could hear was the bot's music just blasting, and they'd be like, then you just see the chat blowing up. Oh my God, this is so loud. I can't hear anything. How are you all listening? And we're like, the bot has its own volume, independent. All you got to do is lower the volume and you can hear us. But it was the way that we would get people to engage with us so they wouldn't be scared to say what's up, so we could welcome them to the fold. Oh man, the blue bot's gonna ban me from chat. Hey, at least I'm not typing it, man. At least I'm not typing it. Oh my, did you figure by now I wouldn't be? QQQ might be moving. Oh my God. NQ is starting to test. Come on, Bulls. Show up and save me. All right, who's doing it? Who's doing it? I think it's NVIDIA. I think the sleeping beast is waking up. What's gold doing? Struggling. Silver's still peeping up there. Look at that. Paradogging that price. Look at that. Just boop, boop, boop. Let's go. I'm up 1,500% on my silver trade. Let's go. Man, that's crazy. I haven't seen a 2,000% trade in like a very long time. So it's been a long time for that, I mean, 1,000 is good. 1,000's amazing. I'm not gonna lie. 1,000's amazing. 2,000, 10,000, Wooly Toledo. It's a crazy trade. Nice, good luck. It's a solid trade. Man, silver pulling back some now. You ain't scared. You ain't scared. QQQ waking up. crazy. Crazy trade. I should probably put a stop in this before I lose money. And we'll put a stop right there. Confirm. Turn it back. That's a crazy trade right there. Shh. Can't believe that one. So close to $43 now. Stop the runner. Hold the press. Man, ain't you still not doing it though? Sheesh. What does this thing need? Runner stopped. The Bears just won't give up, man. But it's because the Bears know where we're at. You know, sellers in the market know exactly where the orb high is. They know what that range is, and they know exactly what will happen if we break it. So like QQQ, oh, they already filled the gap from Thursday. The gap is gone. Yeah. Lamos. Come on, man. Pick this thing up. I mean, we are green for the day, though. The market is overall green. So there's that. What's happening with gold? It's too early in the day to be doing this. Oh. Should hold this. Let's see. See what silver does. No, I like me the 3 minute. Check out NQ right now. Man. Is it gonna turn? Seller's gonna take control of this thing? Jeez, the weaves. Oh, 7 minutes ago, Elon Musk is mentioned in the Epstein files. Thiel and Bannon named as well. That's interesting. I don't want to bother looking at Tesla. I'm not even in Tesla, so I'm more worried about what silver's going to do here. They're going to break this and take hold of the sell. Come on, bounce it. Let's take a look at the Russell. Same for the Russell, just like the rest of the markets, struggling to regain. Take a look at the Dow. Looks like the rest of the overall market is following suit. Having some kind of bounce, but still struggling to reclaim and make new intraday highs. Bears definitely controlling the market for now. Can they continue to hold it and suppress the market? Will they take control from the bulls and sell this market? We don't have any days off next week. We got a full trading week. Could see buyers, possibly swinging calls into the weekend, holding over for next week. We shall see. We still got plenty of trading day left. Got less than an hour until power hour. We got about 48 minutes. What's going to happen here, team? You got pivot. Silver going to do? Give it up. Hold the 26. I hope so. And the 3 minute usually does. But will this be the time that it gives it up? Got VWAP below, down at about 4180. Take a look at NASDAQ. Got 2 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. Looks a little flaggy. Looks like a little bullish flag. Maybe we could get one of those infamous 45-degree breaks. What do you guys think? Now, I like those trades, but it's gotta establish and start pushing upward, and we're not seeing that just yet. We're not seeing that just yet. It does look like it wants to turn, or like Nader likes to say, the pistachios have turned. Coach, where do you buy these cheap calls? I mainly use like Webull for my options trading, but of course my future trades are all on Blue Sky. Come on, hold it. Don't stop me out. Don't stop me out. There's a song that sounds like that. Come on, silver. Gotta hold it. All right. What we're gonna do here. Usually look for a pivot around this time of day. So what are we gonna do? We're either gonna sell here or we gotta push. And we're at that time. This is that time. This is my time and place. Yeah, I'm gonna attempt the long here on this. Use the 200 as support. Hope this doesn't bite me in the butt. My first trade this morning got stopped out on. But can we catch an expansion and the move to the upside if the market's going to bounce? If the market's going to bounce. Will it show us that strength? I hope so. Silver contracts are still holding value. I'll put my stop at about 10 cents a con. So that's a pretty good gain right there. My sell target on these is $1.25, so that would put me about 2 strikes in the money. So we'd have to have silver be at about $43, 43 to 43.50 for me to roughly be able to get that. So probably roughly about another dollar move to the upside if she's got it in the tank, and I think she can. I think she can. If we can sustain this, get our next leg up, I'm fairly certain we'll take out 20, 43, or 42.33 on silver. Same goes for gold. I would anticipate you would be breaking 3,814.60 on gold if you're trading gold. Gold is showing, strength in the market today. All right. Long is working now. 45 off the 9 EMA support. 26 well below us and the 200. So you can see there we got a few confluences I'm using for to give me confidence in this trade. But really the real test is, can we get above 24.17? Can we do that? I mean, that is the real question, because that is the line in the sand. The bulls got to get to that, and we got to establish a candle above that, because we have not been able to do those things. We've struggled on the 15-minute, twice already within the last hour. So it's go time, bulls. There ain't no bull. Yes. If you've got your account locked, you take a cash out you know what? You know what, Jaja? I really am not the right person to ask on that. I apologize. I should not be answering those type of questions since I am not truly in the know. There you go. RQ could. Thanks, RQ. Yeah. Luckily, we've got our great support staff here at Blue Sky here hanging out in Discord. So yes, there you go. I can't answer that because those guys would know more than I. Man, RQ earning that key, making the bacon. Man, I'm gonna have to vote you this week. I'm gonna have to vote for you this week. I don't even know where I'm supposed to put in my vote. I didn't even know there was a place for us to do that. Well, there you go. All right. I'll have to write up something nice with Chat GBT. Come on, Bulls. Let's do this. Oh, come on. Just do it already. Do it. Oh, my goodness. Come on, NQ. Let's do it. Send it already. Just do the dang thing. People are waiting. Send it. Send QQQ to 600. Let's go. think I'm gonna have to move my stop on this on the silver trade. I'm not quite at 100% on it, or 1,000% my stop. I should have probably moved it there so I could have at least taken the 1,000. But I don't want to choke it up too tight because I wanted to take its next leg. I'm fairly confident that until we lose this range, what I'm just not sure of is, since I am in the money, how much theta and decay will affect the contract. I mean, I'm only 20 cents in the money, so I'd have to be the next strike in. If we got to 42.50, 42.75, I would feel a little bit better. I could probably put my stop there. Can she do it though? Does she have it in the tank? Holy Toledo, look at that long. Yes. Fantastic long right there, folks. Fantastic long right there. Redemption for the intraday. And we explained it to a T why we took the trade, right? It wasn't a degenerate gamble. It was a well thought out trade, and we explained it here in the live stream, right? Fantastic. Come on, NVIDIA, carry us. We send in. Most definitely. Most definitely, my friend. Let's go. Come on, QQQ. Give me 600. Give me 600. Take me to Valhalla. I am not even close to being like related to Vikings, but I'm cool with that. I'm down with it. I'll take some of that. Yeah, that's beautiful right there. More than made up for my morning trade now. Now can we get that expansion? Can we get that rapid expansion to the upside? Got 3 minutes left on this 15-minute candle that is exploding to the upside. Thank goodness. Testing intraday highs. New York session high is 24,733 on NASDAQ. Can we expand and continue to rip to the upside? I hope so, team. I hope so. We've got about 33 minutes left until power hour. So don't forget, a lot of trading day left. Wait, team, we're 10 seconds away from the bottom of the hour. 30 minutes away from power hour. Man, we haven't had much of a big move today. The sell down, very controlled. We have not had like a real aggressive move throughout the day. Will we have an explosive power hour? Man, I don't know. It's looking spicy though. It's looking spicy to the upside. Coach Matt would say it's looking kind of sexy. He goes NQ, it's testing that orb high. Come on, just do it. Come on, Bulls, send it. Come on, Bulls on parade. Let's show these Bears what's up. Crude oil's up 74 cents or 1.1%. Actually, crude's actually kind of moving to the upside. We saw that early in the morning session. We had checked that out. Come on, dude. You're right there. Just get over it. Send the dang thing. Ugh. I mean, if they don't let it over this, it's going to be an ugly rejection on the 15. I mean, you'll have like a tweezer top on it. It would be pretty gross. Yeah, man. They do not want to let this thing go. It's crazy, right? They would just will not let it go. You know what I'm gonna do? Just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna put my stop in the money now because the lack of strength and conviction to push this thing through means that the Bears are gonna pull it back. Then. Take a look at the 30. A bullish flag right there. It's actually fighting the top of it right now. That's what we're seeing right now. That's the battle. Because if it breaks out, it'll want to form the next bull flag. You'll get that push up. There's a little bit of resistance, but your first resistance wouldn't be till 24/7/26. There goes silver making a move to the upside again. Let's go. Send it, baby. Come on. Take us up there. Come on, bulls. Don't be scared. It's summertime. There it goes. Come on, fly, baby, fly. Let's go. All right, pushing 24/7 1806. Still got a few points from the prior 30-minute high. There it goes. Come on, let's go in queue. There she goes. Come on. Come on. Silver pushing again. Gold is pushing as well to the upside. Retesting. Over the 9 now in the 15-minute. Let's get on the 9 and see what this looks like. Nice little slow grind here. You got that high side target on gold at about 38, 3,823.1. Support below at 3,802.20. You got that 26 EMA sitting at 3,805.90. QQQ hasn't broken out of that range I'm expecting. It's like $4 away. You need to stop looking at it. You need to spook it. I need to spook that thing. I need to leave it alone. You need to stop picking at it, right? Maybe the better thing I should do is just trade NASDAQ and ES. I'm going to take an options trade, take it on gold and silver only, not trade NQ or not trade QQQ or SPY. I'm going to look over my journal this weekend and I'm going to really consider that. And I think my win rate is significantly better on gold and silver now than it is on QQQ and SPY, and I'm making more money on it myself. and less risk. Haven't even taken a look at Bitcoin through the interday. See how that's doing. It was looking, oh, it's green. Wow, looky there. Bitcoin over the 200 EMA on the 10-minute, almost like perfect timing, you know? Like a fart in the wind, there she comes. Hopefully it'll hold over the 200 and maybe bounce over the weekend. Unfortunately, for me, Bitcoin is not a buy going into the weekend. You know, I have normally observed Bitcoin sell into the weekend, and it isn't until about an hour before the open of the Australian Open Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern, that Bitcoin doesn't start to bounce. So they might want to take a look at that, track it, whatever. Hey, it's there. Anywho, where's my money? I mean, this is interesting. You know, we've already tested this spot, obviously, from the overnight into today. You can see that on PTQ or prior session. Been waiting for this pop. 1, 2, 3. This is the third test. Still in the calls, haven't gotten stopped out. Let's go. Silver doing. Let's do it already. People are watching. Come on, silver bullet. How about gold? Same for gold. Everything's just kind of waiting. But what I do like about gold is I love me a bullish flag. That is like my favorite thing. You guys know that. I mean, that's a rejection of the bull flag breakout on the 15, which is not a good sign. It's not a good look. It's a little embarrassing. But, you know, can you fault the gold traders, you know? That's the real thing. Is there a reason for them to get out is the better question, unless the guys with zero DTEs are just gonna cut out. Slowing momentum across the spectrum. Everything just kind of just pressure, pressure, pressure. That's what my friend says. Let's have a blow off top for a Friday close. Come on, we know where you're going. I don't know what it's waiting for. Man, I hope we don't get some bullets of wick out of this thing. I'm gonna get some ice and some water. BRB. All right. Come on, Bulls. 800 contract orders. Dump on ES. Action is here. Holding, I went and got myself a big old cup of water with ice. And, yeah, we're still just sitting at this orb high. God, man, what is up? What is it going to take? Who's going to get off and push the market over this? I don't see Tipped in his bearish friends in voice chat. So, and I shouldn't say his name because he might pop in now that I said it. Unless they're gonna wick us down for the startup power hour, which we're 6 minutes away from now. Come on, let's have a good power hour. Let's just send this market. Reclaim highs. Let's have some blue sky days. How about that? How about a blue sky Friday? What do you think, RQ? You think they're gonna send it? Oh, I shouldn't ask you. I know you're a perma bear. You want that zero. I'm still in my silver trade. I'm not gonna stop that on it. Oh my god. Man. Why do you have to be so bearish? Why apocalyptic? Why do you want to go to Black Friday? Who hurt you? Or Black Monday? Can we go to Black Friday? uh, man, you have to be so dark. Look, that's not the theme of us. We're blue sky. You want blue skies, not dark skies. There's no place for that. We're going to outer space. Well, outer space is dark. Hear about them? Hear about them putting a nuclear reactor on the moon? They want to start putting some energy plants on the moon. That's cool. That's cool. That's real cool. I can't wait to see that. Like for us to have like a moon base. I just don't know how they're gonna deal with the fatigue on that people have when they're in space. Because don't you have like bone degeneration or something? Like if you're in space too long. Like even with that's why they exercise so much. It's crazy, right? Human body is not designed for that atmosphere. That's no moon. That's a space station. Okay, wait a minute. That's Spaceballs, isn't it? That has to be Spaceballs. I mean, it has to be. I have to watch it. I have to watch it this weekend. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Lone Star. That's a great movie. That comical genius. That's yep. That's it. They jammed the radar. Man. Oh man. Well, looks like silver is pulling back, but the market is making that push to the upside. We're 2 minutes away from power hour, team. Don't forget about our great blue sky specials going on right now. Got that flash sale going on. The last days of that. Ah, Star Wars. Man. House close. Yeah, I knew it was, man, it just sounded like that one. But yeah, I remember it from Star Wars. Man. Okay, so Kylo Ren, good or evil? I say he's evil. I say he's evil. He killed his dad. His dad was Han Solo. That was my captain. My wife laughs because I'm not a big fan of his movies because of that. I was like, I can't watch this movie. He killed his dad. Yeah, I loved his dad. I was like, I love Han Solo. Man, I wish Han Solo was my dad. That would be cool. And welcome to Power Hour. Oh man, I'm getting close to getting stopped out on that silver trade. Okay. I'm still holding this NQ long. That's kind of this. It is annoying, isn't it? It is an annoying trade, but you know the cool thing about the orb is it makes you realize how little movement the market normally has, because then it allows you to have a, a measuring point every single day that goes on, that you can kind of observe how much the market has moved, and you're like, man, you see that, and you'll kind of see what I see, because at the end of the day, we're trading within a pattern, on the time frames. So, and how can you best frame the time frame that we have to trade in and create some kind of rhythm that you can kind of trade off of on a day-to-day basis, right? Because that's ultimately what we end up finding ourselves in. The expansions do not reoccur, and normally it's a consolidation, a small move, and then we're done. It's just like Fridays. Normally on a Friday we putter up. We don't have this crazy move in the latter half of the day. And we've done kind of what we normally have done. So at this point, it's like, if the market holds this pattern here, it's not a bad thing. Like Coach Matt said yesterday, if at all anything at this point, the market is giving swing traders a very strong, longer outlook that the market will bounce and have a very good bounce in the next week to come, 2 weeks out. We're establishing support at this level and justifying and cementing in concrete that the market is accepting this level for now. We're waking up. You see the bulls. You see them in the streets. Oh, I do too as well. I just got stopped out of my silver trade. Fantastic trade nonetheless. Would have been nice to have seen silver hit $45 a share, but as the saying goes, there's always another one. But NQ, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna get up and go? Or we're gonna get up and stop? Oh man, look at that. Silver had a nasty drop. It looks like I got out of that right in time. Nice. that's insane. I was trying my best to hold on to the position, but I wasn't willing to give up more than 600% profit on the trade. As it was, I didn't really get the chance to tighten it up the way I should have. I mean, I don't really see us selling off. Holy moly. Well, I'm glad I have my stop on there. You know, Definitely glad I have my stop on there. That was that was insane. That move on silver. Now it's now the question on silver is how much is it gonna retrace? How quickly will they dump silver? That that's a really interesting question I have. Need more swing traders to step in. That's what you need. You need more swing traders to step in and start buying the underlying indices. And they're gonna start buying some Amazon, some Apple. Let's see what starts to move. Nvidia, Apple. You don't know what's gonna give us that strength. OZS doing? It's chips. Chips just ain't helping, like I said. It's just dragging us down. So I'm just kind of interested in this volume. It's kind of interesting to just see the volume moving like that on that. Even Nasdaq is getting a little wiki at this time. 12 minutes into the top of the hour. And don't forget, viewers, we've got Coach Matt's super fragilistic expialidocious live day trading class after market close every Thursday. So don't forget, you can catch that there live in the Discord. I will drop a link in the chat below for you guys. But pushing, holding. Oh man, see, you know, I should have probably realized that when gold puttered out, it rejected. It gave us that rejection right away on that bull flag breakout, right? We're still in the trade. Come on, do it already. We're waiting for like 20 minutes for this thing to do it. Almost an hour. We've been putting around here for like almost an hour and like 12 minutes. True test of patience, right? Okay, but we're in it. You're right, Breaker. Just let it rip. Let it rip. Just let it go. Let's go. Mm. Mm. And she's still trying. I should have gotten with Coach Matt to find out his target for the day, since it is Friday. See the bull flag on the 3 minute right now. I've been looking at it. Yeah, it looks like another 45-degree break. You can see that right there. It's established. There's one right there. You can call. There's that bull flag break. Should have the next leg up. Should do it. And that's basically what we took here. We took the bull flag break. We just been chilling on the top side of it. Entry was pretty dang good, I gotta say. That was a sniper entry on that, right? I don't think did we get much drawdown on that? A little bit of drawdown. What did that get down to? About $110 a drawdown. Stay about right here still. That's a killer trade right there, right? Two cons, 1.3K. These calls were so heavy. They chopped the market when you exited. I had a bunch of them. They were cheap. I don't think it was all me. There was a lot of buyers in it as well. I'm still looking at it right now. I was looking at the puts, the $42 puts. I was just eyeballing them. But I wouldn't. I'm just looking at them. I'm just observing them. I'm not participating in that trade. Nor do I think it's a trade that should be taken. Sitting here and getting bored, just looking for a trade isn't always the best thing. You know what? I'm gonna look at I'm hearing some chatter about it. Oh wow. Still selling. Oh. Will they buy this at this point? Or are they gonna sell it a little bit more? Already broke the 200. Ooh. Well, it fits my narrative that I always think on the weekends is that Bitcoin will sell. So, sayonara, Bitcoin. See you Sunday. Look at that rep. Oh my goodness. RQ, you're not even going to want to know what's happening to those silver puts, those $42 ones. Or the Stark said $42. From 5 cents, they're now at 9 cents. Right? Almost doubled since I mentioned 10. Oh, they're dipping out about the 5. Wonder what next week's calls are on it. Oh. It's crazy. Silver calls are cheap for next week. I mean, cheapish. But the only bad thing is you'd be buying it at the top. I mean, this is not much of a pullback. You'd be buying it already overextended. See what next week offers. I think it already is. I have it up on another chart, and I'm actually looking at that $42 put right now, or it's a $42 put. Oh, I know, right? Let her rip. Send it already. Oh man. It almost feels like some days that they just don't want to let retail make that money because they know people are in it. It's just like, man, how long can you suppress this thing and just keep it flat? Oh, definitely. That's one reason why, if you're gonna trade options, the only way you could trade them is you have to use a good trading platform. If you're half-hearted in it and not using a decent trading platform, you will find it very difficult to manage your position and keep your profits. Unless you're trading with a bigger position and you're swinging longer out, that's the easier way to do it. Otherwise, if you're trying to day trade it with a little bit of cash flow, it's very difficult. But yeah, you have to be trading the contract itself, and yeah, best to paper trade it and figure it out how to manage it. So I always say that the best way to start trading is to trade the futures. You know, Figure out the strategy that works for you. Once you figure that out, you find your edge, then you can start applying it on the options chain. But up until then, yeah, you really need to kind of figure out a strategy, manage your trade mentality, and then, you know, then you could start kind of going into it, because you got to understand like how the Greeks work. And the Greeks are really, and they are complicated, but they're not. You know, longer dated contracts, or if you're doing like butterflies or iron condors, or all kinds of stuff like that, that's where you got to learn. Oh my god, those, what the front door is happening to those contracts? Jeez Louise, they're 20 cents now. Man, they are increasing value faster than my puts or my calls did. Oh man, well, such is life. But that's one reason why now I'm really kind of looking at those other markets, or I'm really focused on, like, looking at gold and silver, because you can't see it. But yeah, definitely, man, let me know if I can help you in any way. But that's how, like, guys are like doing like end of day stuff, that you see them there with those crazy, like, 1,000% gains and stuff like that. That's what they're trading. They're trading it exactly like that. You got to talk to General on that one, because he's the only one that knows which one's gonna go 1,000%. But you know what? That's the $1,000 question right there. Which ones are gonna go 1,000%? That's the question we ask ourselves every day, or I ask myself every day. Man, you gotta be kidding me. This can't be it. We are not gonna be like this the rest of the session. This is absurd. To be ashamed of yourself. Bad NQ. Man, it probably is gonna be a real late of day rip. You know that? You're right, Breaker. Oh Lord. I know another channel that uses that. Oh man, look at that. Bitcoin is selling. Still green on the day though. It giving up all its gains though, like points away from it. It is a good bounce spot, but yeah, no kidding, right? You know, I'm a little mad at myself because I didn't get to choke it up the way I wanted to. I really wanted my stop at 1,000%. I'm a little ashamed of myself for not doing that and taking my eyes off the chart and not managing the trade better because I really should have taken more. That's another story. We'll find out soon. We'll find out at the bell, brother. Stay tuned for that. Well, I'm in NQ's hands, baby. That's all. Silver definitely helped, though. Silver definitely helped. I'm all right for the week. You red for the week? Yeah, yeah. I'm red for the week right now for the time being, but there's still 25 minutes left in the day. It's not looking good on NQ anymore. The get up and go has got up and left. It feels like. You mean in the accounts is colorblind? So funny. I'm close though. I mean, if NQ goes, I mean, oh man, it was so close yet so far. I just didn't have enough free capital to move around into the position, so but I'm gonna work on some stuff next week, like I said. I think I'm gonna take a I think I'm gonna take a chill pill on trading QQQ and SPY next week. I'm gonna only trade the futures. And if I do take an options trade, I'm gonna focus on either a silver or gold trade. Unless I see a good confirmation for a trend day, I will take a QQQ or a SPY trade. I think I need to stay away from it unless it's ripping. So I'm going to work a little bit more on my patience next week. That being said, Ace, it really looks like we're hoping that the imbalances bring in something for the end of day show. That's really what we're hoping for. Some end of day move to, take us up to those areas. These are the reasons why, I started to trade the futures. These are the exact reasons is that, when I first got started trading, I didn't necessarily have all the time to trade, in the New York session at the beginning. I found that at the end of the day, I was trading and I found how difficult it was. My friend, my trade buddies and stuff will remember, I would get lucky sometimes in the morning, I would be able to do it. But I remember that I would be dropping my kids off at school trying to take a day trade, trying to take a day trade in the morning session. And it was the most difficult thing I would ever imagine. Taking an entry, trying to manage the position, driving the car, leaving the kids at school, not safe at all. Really bad. I had to put I did it one or two times and I realized that it wasn't my time. I was like, I can't do it. So I had to come in the latter half of the day and it was super, super difficult. I used to beat myself up about it. And I remember that I noticed that the after hours was moving. My friends didn't know much about futures then. And they didn't really know anything about futures. They just mainly saw it as like, oh, there's a bunch of professional traders and guys have been doing it a long time, blah, blah, blah. They'll only come in when there's volatility on our side. And I didn't quite understand it. And then I started looking at the after hour session and I got fascinated by it. And I was like, man, there's some nice expansions that happen in the after hour session. Gaps get filled, you know, all kinds of cool stuff. And I was like, man, I want to capitalize on that because, swing trading is difficult in itself. You know, Sometimes more often than not, you find yourself taking the long and the swing when it's not the right time. Just like we pointed out on silver, as much as, you know, you see the chart on silver and you're like, man, I want to take that. I want to swing something and make 1,000%, but I want to buy myself time. But unfortunately, where it's at, it's already overextended. So what do? You're like, man, well, I want to short it. How can I short it and capitalize on it? And that's where I started looking at the futures. I was like, okay, so the market was stalled out. Then Nasdaq and ES moves in the after hours. I thought that was the coolest thing. And I found how much easier it was to trade, the futures market. Now it's really cool to be able to trade Nasdaq and come over to the options chain and be a little bit more risk adverse and do different things in the options chain. And those puts are back at 20 cents on silver. They dip back down to like 7 cents, and then now they're just ripping at 7 cents at 20 cents now. Gosh. That would have been nice, right? Write it up, then write it down. All right, last 15, team. Last 15 minutes of the New York cash session. End of the week. Oh, man. Dump this Ponzi. Hey, you're buying this Ponzi every day, bro. What are you talking about? You're buying into this Ponzi. You're part of it. I'm a hamster in this wheel just as much as you are, my friend. We're just spinning this big wheel. We didn't even get no cheese. And if not, the cheese is overpriced. Hardy har har. Well, you're buying into the Matrix then. How about that? Yeah, went live, RQ. Hey, we got those direct to funded accounts. That's the first step, broski. That is the first step. You get into those. That show me the money. I'm surprised you would. I wouldn't expect you to struggle with the PA versus a raw account. Imbalance is coming out now. Let's go look. 417 million, 100 and 169 million. Look at that, damn. Not much on the imbalances. I'm good swing trader. Learning intraday been a challenge for sure. Yeah, yeah. The swing trades are easy. And there we go. Stopped out of that long position on Nasdaq. Well, you know, as the saying goes, you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. And it looks like that decision has been made for us in the intraday. Last 9 minutes now, but hey, you're right. You're right, Ace. 10 minutes, nine. It's the last few minutes of this New York's cash session and trading week. So don't forget, there's always next week. But the Sydney Open on Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern. You guys can trade that with your future accounts. So don't forget that. If you're new and looking for an account, we've got some fantastic specials. $49 and $59 specials on our launch plans. I need a new banner for that. As a matter of fact, I'll have to get with the team on that. And that flash sale going on for $100, 100K, 200K, and 300K accounts. That ends on the 28th Sunday at midnight. There we go. Or Monday morning. And I believe we should have some other sales starting on Monday, so we will see what those bring. Yeah, the Bears. Well, another Friday nothing burger, What a shame. What a shame. Lackluster Friday. Early in the session, very nice sell into the open. Met some resistance there at the, prior to market open. Just couldn't break out from that range, rejected down, tested, didn't really even get that far into the prior day lows. So, still a ranging Friday, unfortunately. But for swing traders, I believe Coach Matt is right. And I agree with him as well. I think we should see a bounce here going into next week. Daily looks like it as well, holding, breaking out of that downward range. Got an hour left on it here in the after hour session at the close. 5-minute algo flip. Quite possibly. Nvidia, a sell of 2 million shares is what I'm hearing right now. Couple of late sell imbalances. But look at this. Got another one of those. Bitcoin bouncing right about where I had mentioned it a few minutes ago. I was like, there's a possibility that Bitcoin could bounce where it was at, holding its this area range. So for now, but you know, let me get the imbalances for us. I'll drop those in chat if you guys want to see that. Here's that flip. They like to fade market imbalances at this times. Yeah. Let's see. Well, is silver repping? It's gold repping? Let's go take a look real quick. I think, oh, no. I was like, let's have those contracts stop moving in value, but it's probably just because it's just kind of stopped. Let's see. View up. They should have more sell on it. Trump administration considers tariffs on foreign electronic devices based on the number of chips in each device. That's bullish. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. I guess we might see that bounce here with the tariff news. You know, the market loves the tariffs. Huh. Probably see the chips move on that. Crazy. Man, I tell you, they couldn't have told us that earlier. They couldn't have told us tariff news like 10 minutes ago, so the market could have actually gotten some time to digest that and maybe made a move. They gotta wait till like 2 minutes before the market closes. I swear. Wow. So what's NVIDIA doing? And there goes NVIDIA. Last 10 seconds. Oh, wow. Look at that wick. That's a crazy wick on NVIDIA. Look at, and ding, ding, ding. There's your bell. Wow. There's an end to our week. Thanks again for joining us and listening in. NASDAQ closing out the week at 24,727. Green 0.4%. ES closing at 6,697.56% green. Gold at 3,795.20. 0.63% green. Silver at 46.39. 2.83% green for the day. I hope you guys had a great week. I'm here when I missed. You missed everything. You missed everything, Tip. We're not shorting America. We're, yeah. They were waiting for you. They were waiting for you. That's what you missed right there. Right. Is it going? Enjoy the clip. Yeah, don't forget about our great sales going on right now. That $100 special ending this Sunday night. Also, Coach Matt's great trading class happening after market close every Thursday. So hope to catch you all there. Thanks to all my Blue Sky team for joining me today, as well as all of you guys in audience. Have a fantastic weekend. Go out, spend some time with those loved ones, get off the chart, but don't forget those journals because, hey, that's what makes us great traders. Those journals, those notes, reviewing all those trades. And hey, we'll attack it. We'll get at it next weekend. I'll see you guys in the after hours session. As always, good luck in the market. Much appreciated. And I will see you all soon.